Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Hello.
What the fuck? I'm just stewing here. I was just stewing here, like, you know, really contemplating of, like, what am I doing with myself? Sitting in the fucking thingamajiggy. Thank you, Connie, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Put on the bra. I don't need a bra, thank you very much. Do not gift me a bra. I will reject all. I will reject them all, okay? Thank you so much for coming in, unnamed. Thank you for being first, Connie. Amazingly enough, there was like several people sitting in here first and they didn't know about that redeem. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hey, my name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I don't know what I was feeling this morning. Actually, no, I do know what I was feeling this morning. I was feeling, you know that feeling of, like, melancholy? You know that feeling where you just sort of like, hey, I've done all these things, and now it feels like I'm taking steps, like, the steps are going backwards now?
Sipping time sponsored by Connie_Fox_SFM.
Yeah, give me a sip. An anonymous user has suggested a women's seamless wire-free bra with removable pads. Yeah, that shit's gonna get denied right at the get-go. Give me a second. Where is my Opera GX? Ding dong web browser. Head over to the chat. There we go. There's Opera GX. Throne.com. Here we go. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. But yeah, I was just having this feeling of melancholy, like way back in, like, just over, like, yesterday and today. Oh, was it suggested by Unnamed? Approve or reject? We're gonna reject that shit. Oh, and you give me, like, multiple options as well. Reject. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to set the thingy-majiggy to, like, increase the price by, like... Hang on a second. Where's the, silly zebra video. Twitch. Where's the rewards? Set cost. Eee! Where is the zebra chair roll? There we go. The cost. We are going to multiply it by 2, I want to say. Thank you for the... So, it's gonna double, like, each time. There we go. It should be doubling. Let's see. Did it properly double is the question. Ow! It should. So let's see. Where is the redeem now? The zebra chair is now 130. Alrighty then. Note to self: I also need to change the start stream thingy-majiggy to make it a really cheap price. So the start stream alert. I need to duplicate that action, and I now need to set the cost of the zebra chair roll. I'm gonna set it to like. I'm gonna set it to like 5 or something like that. I'm gonna set it something like really small, so when it starts, it's like, you know, it's not like an excessive amount. Also, why in the world reject? Why is this not in the reject? There we go. So yeah, my throne is not too big right now. I did update it, like, I took a lot of things out, and then I started putting some things in. So, still the treadmill, because, like, I'm a fat fuck that's like idling at 141 to 143 kilograms. Oh yeah, I woke up this morning. I'm at like 143 kilograms because I broke my diet on Friday again. I've put so there's Warhammer books. I put the Pepsis here because, you know, Pepsi Max, no sugar. And then most recently, I put the Astrobot game on my throne because this looks like fucking fun. But holy shit, $100 for a PlayStation game. That is rich for my blood. I would sooner commission furry artists than pay $100+ for a video game I'm going to be playing like one time. It's a rare game, Grant. Oh, so rare. It's only just like, you know, the thing that made a PlayStation, like, you know, get back on the fucking map. It's a game that's exclusive to PS5, that's rare. No, but here's the thing. Everything in the PlayStation Store is expensive in Australia. Like, let me bring you some context here, okay? Like, let me bring you some context of, like, oh, the top 10 in my country. Alright, let's see. NBA 2K, $120 for the standard edition. Fortnite, free, but I can play it on the PC. Astro Boy, or, sorry, Astrobot, $109. It's $10 cheaper than the NBA game, amazingly enough. Call of Duty Black Ops, the cross-gen edition, is $109. Black Myth Wukong, $99, thank Christ. The Football Club Ultimate Edition, $150! $150 for football! Rainbow Six Siege, oh my goodness, thank Christ, it's like really, really fucking cheap. GTA Online, Roblox is free. Star Wars Outlaws, $109. I hate how we exceeded that $100 mark for video games. Here's the thing, though, as well, Velk. Velk will understand this as well. Australia has surpassed the $100 mark for video games ever since the Xbox 360 era. Technically speaking, we were at $100, I would argue, ever since the PlayStation 2 and Xbox era. We went over it during Xbox 360 and the PS3 era, and we've never come close to going back down unless it's like, you know, excessive discounts of games that have existed for longer than the generation of the game itself. It's absolutely terrible. Like, look at this. If I wanted to play Space Marine, granted, I spent like what the fuck? Oh, that's for the Ultra Edition. I was about to say. Space Marines, $107. Jesus, sounds right. I've just dropped buying games that weren't on GOG or heavy discount on Steam. You're just waiting for things. That's how a lot of Australians are. And the thing is that we're not a small factor in the gaming universe either, especially since, you know, Australians like got fucked over by Steam's return policy. Steam got sued, Steam had to pay fines, and Steam is still here in Australia. They like Alright, let's see. What is a video game that is under $60? Metal Hellsinger, which was released 2 years ago, and this is their VR equivalent, where VR is not being supported anymore in new games. Never heard of it. Empire of Ants, never heard of it. The Smurfs. Arizona Sunshine, that was a long fucking time ago. Arsene Lupin, Once Upon a Thief, never heard of it. Throne in Liberty, never heard of it. Penuptua, never heard of it. Unholy, never heard of it. Wild Bastards, I think I've heard that. Chernobyl again, never heard of it, but I did know of Chernobyl. Ship Graveyard, like, all of these that... Oh my goodness, the Quidditch Champions, good for you. Dustborn, like... Okay, this one I know. SteamWorld Heist 2, I do know of. That sounds like heresy. Don't call the chaplain. My smuttery is... How am I supposed to read that? Alright, hang on a second. Exclamation point say.
Ecclesiarchy.
Ecclesiarchy. My goodness. Exocross. Flintlock. Okay, I have heard of Flintlock, but only in passing. That V Rising is an early access game that got into a 1.0 recently. Wizardry is old as fuck. My Little Pony. Like, and here's the problem as well. Like, I don't know how many people... Like, Dazzy doesn't believe me on this thing, and I'm gonna be real with you. Dazzy needs to, like, come to terms with this, because he thinks of, like, oh no, the PlayStation is competing against Microsoft and Nintendo. Not in this generation. In this generation, the PlayStation 5 is king. It has beaten them in every market. more people have gone for PS5s. The Nintendo Switch is a generation old, and very few multi-platform games actually want to go onto the Switch. Most people who are running on an Xbox, unless they are a family, in which case they don't want to do the Nintendo thing, unless they're a family, they're on a PC, which is where they're going to get the Xbox games. And Xbox has been moving away from console exclusivity to, like, the more multi-platform publisher and such. Like, it's PlayStation won this generation, and it's a very depressing win, which means they get to dictate the price of their consoles and their games. So yeah, closing that, moving this over here. Oh my god indeed. Who are you? Also, will this game, like, show itself, please? No. Alrighty then. Also, I need to stop the music in the background. Where is my, so, there's the YouTube music paused. Where is, so, I had to double check, because here's the thing. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I had a melancholy feel. I had, like, so just to give some context as to, like, I know this probably people don't want to hear this kind of shit, but, people may not want to hear the numbers and what have you, but I don't think of myself as, like, a low-level streamer. I'm definitely not one of the high-end streamers that are raking in, like, you know, several dozen, like, you know, users, or even close to 100 with, like, partner potentiality. I understand where I am. I am in that range of, like, you know, 10 to 15 users, 20 might be a good number. That's where I normally sit. I sit in the same sort of realm as Unnamed does, and I do this with, like, only minimal sex appeal. I'm pretty sure it's minimum sex appeal. Don't quote me on that one. But, what? What I get back? Minimum sex... I love how Red's just like, minimum? Anywhoosies. But, yeah, no, Unnamed. You and I, like, we're at relatively the same sort of, like, viewer counts and such, where it's like, you know, you get a minimum 10 viewers, you get, like, an average, like, maybe 15, a good stream is, like, 20 plus and such, and then, like, if you get rated and such, it does a little bit of a boost for you, but... Alright. But yeah, anywhoosies, Wednesday stream and last night's stream, so a Friday night for me, I didn't get over 12 views. I didn't get over 12, sorry, not views, sorry, views and viewers are different. I didn't get over, like, 12 viewers. I averaged, like, less than 10. Oh yeah, she didn't give me anything. So, and then, like, you know, this morning, it's like, I do the needful. I do the call of action on the Twitters, on the Blue Sky, on the Discords, and all that kind of nonsense. And until you, like, raided into my stream, there was, like, Ginger, who I really... Also, by the by, now that, there's more people here and such like that, shoutouts to Ginger Fox. And thank Christ Ginger Fox was there for me. Look at him. Look at this cute heterochromia-eyed boy. So yeah, so there was just this moment of just, you know, sitting in my room, staring in front of this, what's-a-mahoosie thing of, like, oh, am I, like, have I, like, you know, now just gone onto the downworld, like, thingy-madiggy of, like, no one is interested in the, no one is interested in VTubers at this point. There's, like, actual, like, legitimately no growth, and because I can't do this at, like, excessive amount of hours and what have you, does this mean I have now, you know, irrelevancy and what have you? Because the thing is that, like, autistic-minded here and what have you, I am not interested in putting way more effort into things to try and, you know, keep consistency. Consistency should be from clip funny stuff, because that helps Grant grow. Thank you. I do need to... I keep telling myself to, like, go through my clips and find the ones that I can post to... Hello? I keep telling myself to, like, go through some of my clips and get them through, TikTok and what have you. Hobby streaming is valid. Yeah, no, fair enough. Like, this is a hobby for me and such. But this is where the crux of the issue runs into, is that, is it still a hobby? Like, at what point should I? Because I don't want to do a sunk cost fallacy thing, where I don't want to do a thing where it's like, oh, I've been streaming like 3 times a week and my views are going down. I need to stream longer, or stream more often, or I need to stream different games and such. It's like, I don't want, like, I want to understand the numbers, but it's more of a case of I want to understand the numbers for, like, the fun of it. I don't want to understand the numbers to try and, like, improve my livelihoods and what have you. Sorry, I'm just doing, like, it's been a while since I was on this game, so I have to do, like, the needful nonsense of, like, getting rid of any shit that's, like, in my inventories that doesn't need to be in here. Company seals, cool, so I can get rid of a few of these things. I can get rid of the Imperial aiming. I have, like, way too many things. Yes, we're getting rid of the healing thing, because I have those... Oh no, Bookie. You cleaned your PC and you fucked it. Okay. Is this to do with your question late last night when you asked about whether or not, like, GPU updates can have your computer, like, stopping and restarting? Sorry, I'm just in, like, IT mode, so there's multiple conversations. Hang on. I enjoy and appreciate when you do scream. I'm sorry I'm not there much. No, it's okay. Look, Sage, Tabitha, everyone. I don't blame anyone here. Like, me, like, speaking of, like, my, like, you know, my melancholy as a streamer and what have you and such like that, it's improper. It is rude to ever put blame on the viewers, okay? I am not, like, there is, like, 1,000 people following me. I am under no illusion that those 1,000 people owe me anything. There was an expression of interest, and like an expression of interest where, you know, it cost them nothing, it means they owe me nothing, alright? I don't owe it to myself to be like, hey, you deserve to give me something. Hi there, Irenaeus Zach. But yeah, so I want to understand the numbers and what have you, just so then that way, like, I can sort of, like, you know, with a critical mind, be able to look at, like, streams and content and be like, yes, this was a good stream, this was a good idea, or anything like that. I blame you, Kratos. And 1,000 people is a lot, can't even put that amount into a room? Yeah, no, exactly. You can't, like, that's the number of people that have put an expression of interest of, like, hey, this seems cool, hits a follow and such. And that's lovely. And the numbers dictate, like, that's not, you know, applicable. 10 people fits in a living room as well. Like, I understand these numbers and what have you. It's just, this is the part that I need to have, like, the critical thinking about and such like that, is I want to enjoy doing this. This is a hobby for me. But I don't want to put way more of my time into streaming if it's just to retain these numbers for, like, whatever reason. That's the thing I'm getting at. If I want to increase the hours I stream, or the days that I stream and such, I want to do that because that's, like, a personal, like, I like doing this. I like want to do more of this. It's like when, you know, Saturday morning, like early in the morning, I didn't do that for the views. Fuck that. I woke up 4 in the morning so I can play with my friend Unnamed because I fucked up with my scheduling and also had a mani pedicure with my sister. Those are the reasons I do the things that I do at the time. Why do I do it at 6 o'clock? It's not because of the benefits of, like, you know, streaming to the Australians and the Europeans. It's because I get off work by about, like, you know, 4 to 5 o'clock, and 6 o'clock is, like, you know, a good cutoff point. Because if I'm not home by 6 o'clock, something is definitely wrong. Or, you know, it's a preordained plan where I'm going somewhere else. Sorry, just getting rid of more shit. So yeah, so there was just this thought in my head of, like, okay, if Friday night and Saturday morning were going to be, like, these really low count sort of days for me, like, I don't want to be in the illusion of, like, I should do longer hours or more streams to, you know, get back my views, or, you know, the potential of getting more viewers or anything like that. I only want to do this as a hobby. I don't want to be stuck in this... I don't want it changing from a hobby into anything else. Alright, is there anything I should... What am I doing? Swap into warrior. That's what I'm doing. Grant got zebra stripe nails. They were cute. I didn't get any zebra stripe nails. They cut my nails short, and then I, like, started biting my left hand's fingernails, so I've already, like, you know, fucked up my, habits, so I've gotta, like, grow them out long again. To be honest, I blame the garbage Twitch app. It incentivizes scrolling instead of following. Yes, so, no, alright, so here comes the fun, like, macro nonsense. Twitch wants you on their platform. They don't want you on a specific streamer. The reason why they want this is because until they have a new protocol for, Dawn of Tomorrow. Yoktui. Okay, so... Gotta head back to Tulio. So, Twitch and YouTube... Like, YouTube is beating them in, like, the encoding side of stuff. YouTube took a loss for so many years. But mechanically speaking, if YouTube just, you know... If YouTube just wanted to be on life support, they could have, you know, held on to life support for, like, fucking years. If Twitch goes on to life support, so, for example, it's a case of, like, oh, no more new subscribers, no more new, streamers, and they, you know, wanted to just, you know, run the VODs or some bullshit. Yeah, they can't hold that for a month or a year. So, they are very reliant on new people coming into their platform and just existing here, getting, you know, fed advertisement and what have you. There isn't a huge benefit for them trying to have as many viewers as possible on, like, one streamer. So, because Asmongold, for instance, they have, like, a second channel or something nonsense. That second channel is not an affiliate and is not a partner. Because it's not an affiliate, they can't run advertisement or anything like that. But the problem is that because it's Asmongold, where he has, like, you know, millions of followers and what have you, if he starts streaming on there, tens of thousands of people are watching him. It's gonna cost Twitch tens of thousands of dollars per minute or per hour for them to, you know, transcode the stream and send it out to people. And the reason why it costs so much is because they're trying to, like, you know, do it on an old architecture. They haven't gone to AV1 on encoding yet, which would have helped, like, reduce the costs and what have you. Where does this thing want me to go? Ah, okay, it wants me to go to the cabins. So this is the issue that websites are running into right now, is that because of them pushing how you can make money on the internet and what have you, there's been a greater incentive to make money on the internet. And because of making money on the internet, they want to incentivize the platform holders to make more money than the content creators, because they're all, you know, freelancer contractors, what have you. So because of that, companies want to hold as many contractors as they can. So streamers, we're freelancers. They want to try and have us get paid the minimum amount that is viable in order for them to maximize their profits. That's why, like, all the Twitch shit is, like, 50-50s. They don't want to do a 70-30 split in the favor of the partner anymore, because they were losing money on that nonsense. So, because, like, the amount of advertisements you could be hit, it was, like, you know, crazy. Any hoosies. So they want to try and make it so that rather than have you, you know, stick to, like, one streamer where you've where, like, for example, if it's a partner with an existing contract, where they're only getting 30% of whatever, like, sub you've given them and such, and you're only following that one partner, they want you to browse. They want you to skim. They don't want you to, like, dig deep and get the latest buzz from the one person. They want you to flip from one thing to another, which unfortunately means that they're, you know, shortening the attention span of like viewers. The average attention span as well. This isn't an attention span that's being shortened to this number by the internet. This is the attention span we had before the internet, and that we've had for a majority of the internet. 12 seconds. The average attention span of a person, irregardless of their, you know, browsing habits on the internet, was 12 seconds. You had to capture it within 12 seconds. In that time, they are deciding whether or not they want to keep on going or if they're going to move on to the next thing. Now, there has been research and commentary about how that attention span might have been shortened. You know what it's been shortened to? 11 seconds. The attention span is already short as it is. It has not gone that much shorter. Grant, please don't ever let me reach the 12-second attention span. You've already reached the 12-second attention span. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. The person, like, as a society, like, as people, the attention span has always been short. It's just we've had so many things that, like, you know, we've just have so many things that we're able to, like, you know, actually capture it. The barrier of, like, capturing the attention is low. That's the thing. It's when you have multiple things that are hitting that minimum as well that your attention span has to do more assessment. So you're gonna be there for so you might be there for. That's why, you know, with TikToks, for instance, you might pick up on something you don't like within 2 or 3 seconds and move on. But if there's, like, good content all the time, the amount of time you're gonna spend assessing it is going to get longer, and it's probably gonna go up to that 12 seconds. People, like, actually think about the Twitch streams they want to be in and what have you. And why, like, you know, if advertisements go off, they, you know, take that as an assessment of nope and move on. This is why the first hour is, good content all the time is unreasonable. It's time for brain rot. Yeah. Upon speaking with Peshekwa, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wooklamat's victory in the Rite of Succession. It is our great honor to host the Cookie for Bookie. Here's your Cookie Bookie. It's our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. No, not a leg for Bookie. Cookie for Bookie. Also, what in the world is such a word? Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? So yeah, so that's the that's like the second promised. He's like a brother to Wooklamat. They're both adopted. I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Wooklamat did all the work. I was just moral support. I just saw Ernea's Zach's comment of, you have 1 second of attention per inch. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration. While making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. Like, I get he was a Okay, so, to recap what's happened so far in the Dawn Trails, we won the Rite of Succession. Wooklamat, got, like, all the different gemstones and what have you, and we're basically gonna be able to, like... And we found, like, a gate to the Golden City or some shit. So, she's going to be the Dawn Servant's successor. Koana, the second brother / second promise, he, you know, dropped out of the race back at the sixth trial and what have you. But he did that in order to, like, you know, support Wuklamot. And then we had Bakul Jaja, who was, like, you know, a bit of a shitter, like, for a majority of the time. You know, revealed to us that his whole, like, backstory of, like, the promised siblings and what have you, the two-headeds, those have all been, you know, they've been trying to breed them, like, over and over and over again, but the problem is that they have a very high a very high, mortality rate. So there was, like, all these jars of, like, dead double-headed, Bakuls, and so, Mama Jules, or whatever they're called. Anywhoosies, so he wants to try and break away from that, you know, old-ass tradition nonsense, and, you know, also helped us against the, in the 6th trial or what have you. So, yeah. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension Ceremony. Nice! Alright. We gotta be respectable, chat. We gotta be respectable. Oh my god, look at the flourish of color down on the grounds. Oh, don't write.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
Yes. Oh, it looks like there's like a thingy-majiggy there.
It's starting.
Hey! No, I need that shirt. Give me back my shirt. Give me back my shirt. Hi there, Freckles. Welcome to the stream. How is your art raffles?
Look! He's here!
We have now hit the halfway point of, Dawn Trail.
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
One would hope so, too.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the City of Gold.
Now, do not be afraid of the height. Like the Pope, you give a courteous wave.
My daughter, Wuklamot.
Hi. The juxtaposition of Grant the Himbo Sieves and your effeminate twink Viera avatar makes me giggle. Understandable. Also, yeah, no, I'm doing fairly alright, Freckles. I had, like, a bit of a melancholy moment at the start of the stream because of, like, you know, performance and what have you, but we won't, you know, brush upon that again today. We are going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV.
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal.
Nice work,
But my
Bookie.
journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered.
Oh, like, Deus Morte.
I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I...
How did he even get into the gate? It's a big gate. Don't worry,
dish
though.
that marked the beginning of peace between the Shibral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihiolo I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met.
You went to throw out the chewing gum, but instead you threw out the whole container? Oh no.
That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
Woo!
I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah. My father led Tulihiolo to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack.
I think she's going for her brother.
So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Lamachi,
Are you certain?
I am going to be real with you. Historically speaking, when there's been more than one head of state,
Absolutely.
there is a bit of confusion that will arise because of the inevitability that the two heads of state will have conflicting opinions on one subject matter, and it will divide a nation.
You'll have no objections from me, of course.
Galul just like, I am ready for retirement. I don't need any of this shit.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile.
What was that for? We're in the middle of an important cutscene here.
My heartfelt desire.
Blasphemy.
Glad this didn't go to waste.
I'm gonna take the wild guess that she was really hoping he would say yes to this. For what's the thing she made? Okay. Hey there, Angrel.
This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Cool. Must have been Okay, so I'm guessing she's the cat lady on the left.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
Oh, you didn't want to, like, jump down?
Both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
Would've? What? Is he doing more than just sleeping? Oh, nose.
Of course you knew.
Excuse me.
It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
Oh!
head of reason is no longer with us.
That's kind of...
Oh, tragic tidings.
Isn't it normally a case where if one conjoined twin is, like, passed away, then the next one will pass shortly?
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen.
Like, goddamn, 3 years?
Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease.
It does explain how he didn't just wake up during any of the, like, big confrontation nonsense, like with Estidian or myself.
Forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But
Sibling energy's right there. He's just like, God damn it, my brother died before he had to do the work.
Though not quite to the original script, your new dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Shame he passed. Lamont was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliol is bright indeed. Dun dun. Earlier in Yaktel,
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every ill
the Rugadin.
daughter, that one.
For years, we've all been saying Rogadin, and then fucking Alphino goes, a Rugadin? Oh boy, what the fuck? We got a new mystery on our hands, boys. Excuse me. Lamont has truly only come into her own, has she not? Indeed. Even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Koana as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Koana completed every feat except the last, and that he could only forfeit to help Lamont secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliol will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you all to call me Lamati. I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know it will be with love. If we do mispronounce it, please correct us, but it would be an honor to call you Lamati. Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still a lot I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for them with me? Of course. We'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Grant? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Another quest! The adventure continues! Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wrong way. This way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is the best gear I can wear. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Aunt T's Tacos, and not just for a snack, I promise. Wokevu and Mablu should be there. Woklamat is now accompanying us. Yay! The temptation to just, like, run off the fucking side of the thingy-madiggies. But cooler heads will prevail, and we'll do the prim and proper method of taking the stairs and realizing that I'm on the wrong side of this fucking island, so... Geronimo! Okay, how did you do that? Just standing there, no problem, just like, yep. She did it in the cutscene? Yeah, but that was a lot... We did a lot further of a drop than in the cutscene. Alright, so there's a cutscene playing, so we won't, like, do the thingy-madiggies. Flake Fox, thank you for the follow. You a fan of the Frosted Flakes? She just wants the tacos. She just wants tacos, it would seem. But yeah, give me a minute for the cutscene to be done. So, advertisements will be done in 45 seconds, and then we'll go through the next little thingamadoogies. Also, why am I getting notifications? Ah, that's why I'm getting notifications. Cool. Also, do I have the thingy-madiggy doing its thing? Hang on. I just need to double check something. Settings, timed actions, blood throne. Ah, there we go. Enable that. Awesome, cool, it's working now. Nice. For some reason, the timed action wasn't working, so... But there we go, now it's working. Welcome back, everyone, from the advertisement. Dawn Servant Wooklamot, words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego formalities. He is still gonna, you know, beg for, but I cannot! You are Dawn Servant! Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn Servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wooklamot become Dawn Servant, Grant. Political opinions in our community have been divided, but a Dawn Servant's ascension represents us with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in commemorative sales campaign. Nice. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I want to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliol has to offer. In Yaktural, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my service as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Koana as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. Of course I wouldn't miss it. Well, I've made a name for myself as a merchant. I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. Heh, I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy spit-filled friend that Wooklamot will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen, Fonjantine around, haven't you? Tall, slim fella with long, pointy ears. I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of yakui, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy. Got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone. And the tacos. God damn, this game wanting me to, like, eat tacos. Love the smooth jazz. So quaint. Alright, we're gonna need to go up a level, and then once we do, we'll be able to... Jesus Christ! Just pops out of fucking nowhere. Dawn Servant, Grant! You honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliol isn't a short one. Long road worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn Servant. To hear the voice of reason as past brings me sorrow. but we had reminded... Thank you, Fung, for reminding me about September 28th. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlar's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense. You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Grant, though I know little of the particulars. I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember, yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tulia I want for all. So I promise you this, as Dawn's servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozumayuk and the Yokoi of Chiragur. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Chiragur come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not entirely shifted, neither are they immutable. Well, I can be damn determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that the good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and pot swans is the very spirit of a healthy pot pack. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's go find Hanmu Uruk. The Zabrak's Rock? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. Ooh, funny lady, hello. Hi. Cool creature. So yeah, so this is obviously like a quest to like sort of wind you down from like all the crazy nonsense we went through earlier. But I'm gonna be frank with you, considering we haven't gone through the main campaign for like 2 weeks, I'm already wound down. Oh, ignore that. That was a mistake. Alrighty. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wooklamat. More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that it fills their heart with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. For those of you that don't know, there's her birth father. She was the daughter of like the head of the Zaraks. And then there was like all kinds of animosity between the Mamuls and the Zaroks, and so to protect her, she was given to the Dawn Servant as like a different sort of, position of power. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. I took Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. Motherfucker! Your fault. Zaril Jaw, it was your fault that you made him like this whole, oh, he's too obliging for his own good. You fucking broke him. God damn it. I'm not a fan of Bakul Jaja, but he's in the same position as like half of the Garleans, where it's just sort of a case of, you know, forced in the situation that he was in, and they weren't aware that there was a better way of doing things. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Ian Ketenram anywhere? Tanqua, that is. Ketenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony earlier. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to solve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tanqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to reappear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home. Come and visit us at any time. Also, what is up with the... Yeah. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the Winged Walk. Oh, music picking up again. Oh my god, it's a wind-up, Idonius? No, that's some fucking, what's Mahuzi? That's Emmett. Why don't they I guess because he's not in his Garlean outfit, he's not Emmett itself. Yo, what's up? There we go. So. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the teleporter to get to Volok. Oh, hey! Very casual outfit, except for the fucking, like, death mask on them, but otherwise, good work. Welcome back! I hope you didn't rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
All but one!
Sorry for keeping you all.
Excuse me for yawning.
Now, there's just one last matter. What
Ah, Kahlua!
I'm sure he made it abundantly clear.
Thank you for the 69 bits. Also, yay, you're here for a Final Fantasy XIV stream. You get to see Wuklamot.
I want you to stay in Tulichola with me.
You wanna scritch your ears? You wanna just be like scritchy, scritchy, scritchy?
But should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
I'm the warrior of light. I find myself traveling to all kinds of different places.
That's right. This is for you.
Oh, a gift? For me?
A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see.
Yes! Fuck yeah!
An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no?
No, I can't. I wanna go see North America. You just gotta have work and you're eating some spaghetti? Nice work there, Sky.
I can't believe our journey is over already.
Ow. So if you're wondering where we've been, like, for the first half of the expansion, we've been in basically South/Central America, and we're now making our way north.
You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn Servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City, too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
Will do. Also, she's got like a little cuff thingy-majiggy on her tail, if you didn't notice.
I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
Aw, who you gonna see?
What about the
Look,
rest?
she's got like a little. She got a little cuff on her tail, and then she's got a little cut in her
Alicia and
poncho.
I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald.
Oh yeah, they're trying to do shit for
By
Garlemald, aren't
hearing
they?
about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamook, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyollal as well.
So yeah, is any of my moderators in the chat? Can we get a shout out going for Kahlua, please?
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
That's the plan. All right, you ready? You ready for me to frighten someone? Get ready for me to frighten someone. Get ready.
You're hardly the
Hang
type
on,
to
I
leave
just need
half a continent unexplored.
I'm gonna frighten someone. Hey, Sash! Can you please give a shout out for It's Kahlua, please? I know you're there. Ah! Ow. Sash. 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 Can you do a shout out, please? Please. Pretty, pretty, please. Pretty, 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 please. Pretty, please. Yeah. That looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks good. Nope. Alright. Ow! Alright, fine. Clip shout out then. You look mid-sneeze. I did sneeze earlier.
Ugh! Yeah, he's so ugly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, you can't see the himbo rating because Kahlua was in the front of it. The dumb himbo line was in front of your himbo rating. Ah, it was only 25%, it's okay. But yeah. I hope you're enjoying the Mafia games, by the by, Kahlua. Alright.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural.
Oh my goodness, we're heading to a hometown!
I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
Sorry, just... You ever have that habit of, like, you know, you get shit under your fingernail and you just gotta, like, you know, scrape it out, and you either use, like, another fingernail to, like, try and scrape underneath the fingernail or your teeth, and you just go, like... Zoom. I do that sometimes.
When you're ready.
A pencil would be worse. The granite would get flaked under your... It needs to be something clean, like another fingernail, or a tooth, or a... I don't know. Other thing. It's a mechanical pencil. It's still graphite, isn't it? Ugh. I'm still tasting that...
Hear me? Friends to the end!
Friends to the end! Friends to the end! Alright, so what's the difference with... I need to find, like, a new...
Give me that leg, boy.
No. I need to get more, Oop. Alright. Who does he... Ah, I see. I need to head to the Bright Bloom Post. Easy enough. You have one that has, like, a little metal spike. Ah, okay. But leg ravioli? Stop asking for the leg ravioli! Like, it's not even my favorite pasta. Actually, no, that's not true. Ravioli is probably one of my favorite stuffed pastas, but my favorite pasta is either macaroni or penne. Those are my two favorite pastas. Oh, I almost went the wrong way. Also, wait. Is Bakul? No, okay. I thought I saw Bakul down there, but that's not the case. Listen to that music. Such a fucking vibe. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Zaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me, I'm afraid traveling with our new dancer may have scarred me for life. Woo! Meanwhile, in the depths of the sky deep cenote... Oh yeah, this was the, City of Gold thingy-majiggy that we got to the end. Wait a minute, how did he... How did you get all of them? You were missing one, weren't you? I'm pretty sure that's the first promise there. Yeah, this is the first promise. He was missing 2. Oh yeah, no, he was missing 2. The cooking and the fight trial. Oh, he's not looking happy? This is the gate to the Golden City? 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning the study of this place. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought, until the knight's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tanqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carries a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. So that's why they got to him, is because he had the tomestones. Great power... Oh, my mouse battery is going low, so I'm gonna have to plug it in to charge it. Great power sleeps here, and with it, you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn Servant succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. Wait, that's an aetherite!
Did you see it?
That's a little, aetherite fuckery thingamadiggies. Or, no, acerite. What's the thing? The white thing. The thing that can, like, bind, what's-mahoozies. The fuck? I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. Auracite. I think it's called Auracite. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade, these bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. Ooh. Interesting that it, like, you know, came to life. It's working. I think it is Auracite that... Is some there? Can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then, you are the guardian of the city's great power? I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Is that so? Oh, I don't like the look of, like, that smile he had. Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. I don't think he's interested in unison. Uh-oh. Promise. Why? Yep, he dead. A fall from that, he's dead. The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange... Shadeaquill, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. We have so many problems that are gonna happen in the future, aren't we? Oh hey, we get a muffin. Although first, I'm going to eat some of this. Ready to get underway? Then press your travel pass to the guard, present your travel pass to the guard, and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Zaktural is a wonder in its own right. The gate is barred to all those save with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Wuklamot herself? My apologies, sure. If you would wait here just a moment... Wait, is this the end of Dawn? No, this isn't the end of Dawn Trail. We're not that quickly at the end of Dawn Trail, are we? I swear, we're like halfway through. We're at like level 95 right now. Ooh, I know this song.
Shall we then?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh, this sounds like a western if ever I heard one. Yeah!
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni.
We made it to America!
A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered.
Ooh.
Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona's supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future.
How was the takeaway food yesterday? Oh, I had a lot of hamburgers. I had hamburgers and chicken tendies from Hungry Jack's.
Roads of steel, each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
All right, we just need to replace that with like the American West, and then this is where we are. We're in the American West now.
Yasolani lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easy.
Yep, and replace the ceruleum of oil. You're absolutely correct.
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
The fuck are these bison? This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, listen to that music. Well, what have we here? We get a whole lot of people traveling here on their way to and from the city. Never a dull moment for me or the Renoik. Short tongue.
Renique.
Renique? Afraid so. If one will suffice, I'll have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. Huh? The Renique have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable, picking out the few fit for the Retins, providing bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. That's fine, we can just walk it. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well-traveled as you look, it's not only the Renique that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife has shown signs of aggression, too. The merchant should be returned soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Renique before a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. But the Renique, Erenville! The Renique! If this is your first time in Shaloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're heading to Husatwa? Why? Why do you give me such difficult words?
Husatawi.
Husata. You're taking it to Husatwalia then? I'll have a man bring the Renique over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Are they supposed to be Canadians, or this feels like Midwest? But yeah, unnamed. Look at this.
Hello.
Look at this. Is this not just, you know, Texas or New Mexico? Look at this nonsense. Also, there's a thingamajiggy we can do right over there. Look at these fucking cactars, these three-headed fuckeries. Oh, I see the Aether Current on the, over on the saloon. We're playing a Telecaster? No, we're not playing a Telecaster. It's a, we're playing a Warrior. What the fuck is a Telecaster? Oh yeah, I should probably turn that on. Like, instead of it just being like fucking brown, it's like there's actual, like, you know, desert to this color. It's amazing. go. We're halfway there right now. We just need to kill a few more of these things. God, I love playing as warrior. I just, you know, they went all in on the Wild West stereotype for this region, and you love it? Oh, I love it too! A Telecaster is an electric guitar type, which makes more really clean sound suitable for blues and country music. Ah, okay. Well, this is the region then. Oh, hello. There we go. There we go. Hey, we did it! Dink. Bow. Thank you, whoever the fuck that was. But yeah, like, oh, this is just such a cool vibe. Unnamed, get over here. Look at this place. Anyway, let me just grab this Aether Current real quick. Look at this place. So cool. Actually, question for you, Sashera. Does this remind you of Perth? Is this what Perth is like? Or like, I understand Darwin is a bit like this. I wonder if Perth is the same. Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with a shop or three. Nice. I wonder what stopped people from, like, why more people aren't coming up here.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, saloon. Over there. This is not what Perth is like. We're not that red.
Nani?
Oh yeah, no, Aaronville's, accent is a very Scandi... Oh! Is it?
Some sort of trouble.
So yeah, his is a Scandi accent. It's like Polish, in a way. Ooh.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Oh my god, they're American!
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch.
Ooh.
And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness.
Yeah, this is an online game.
Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
The lip syncing was a bit off there.
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one.
Comport?
That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
I'm just so giddy for this Americanization. Oh, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Estinian? What are you doing here? The fuck, Estinian?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Oh my god, this is such
Hey! What are you doing, Zekawa? You better not be stirring up trouble.
His voice sounds familiar.
Wahute, you sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
I'll explain. I'll explain shortly why. Give me a minute. Let me enjoy this. We're finally in the Midwest.
That need concern you, sir. Zekawa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character
None of them.
his friends.
I'm the Vieira that's just watching all this.
I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
There's gonna be a lot I'm gonna probably need to explain to you.
To see your faces among the crowd.
Neither was I, Astidian. Last we checked, you were over in the southern continent.
Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Yep.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural.
Shak.
What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Going wherever the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future.
Not with your negotiation tactics, Jesus.
But for now, I shall be moving on.
We just got here.
I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
Sabotender. Okay, Sabotender. So, that there is Estinian, the Azure Dragoon. This there is Aaronville from Charlian, and that's me over on the right. Unnamed! Look at this place! Look at it! Does it make you think, does it remind you of anything, Unnamed? Look at this place. Feel. Think. Listen. Oh no, hear. Feel. Think. Gran, you fucking stereotype pusher. Look at this place! Hang on, I gotta get up there. Alright, so there's the saloon. You weren't here for the cutscenes! They had American accents! There's Americans here! We're here! In the fucking great expanse! America! Right, yeah, fucking... Look at this place! Hushat,
Husatawi.
Husatawi. Situated near the Tululiol trailhead, this settlement was originally built as a supply depot to facilitate the exploration and development of Shalanoe wilderness. As time passed, however, a new saloon and other entertainments drew in the local Cerulean miners, and within a few short years, the depot has become a thriving trading post. Ceruleum is just fantasy oil, okay? That's the short I can explain about it, okay? It's if you want to know what ceruleum is, it's shorthand, it's oil. Like, look at that. Like, we got a windmill over there. Where the fuck is it? It's in the background somewhere. All right, well, it's not here. All right. Black. No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dust Watch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. The people of Shalanoe rarely see eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner nor not risk their lives, though, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters of Koana, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zorul Jaw's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. Muffin! Yay! So where is your revolver? Oh, I don't have the Machinist class. If I was a smarter Zeebs, I would have been putting time into leveling up Machinist and all that kind of such, but I haven't, okay? This is where my stats are at right now. I have a level 60 healer White Mage. My Archer is only level 19. Most of my stuff is still only in the teens or just hitting the 20s. I have done nothing with the Blue Mage, and I need to fix that at some point. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you have one. You've got Gunbreaker. Okay, fine. I'll go Gunbreaker. Here's the problem. Gunbreaker cannot accept any of the fucking quests here. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna set this as a new, like, respawn location. Hang on a second. Set as home point. There we go. It's so fucking beautiful. Also, the fuck are those emotes? What was... Oh, it's someone's head's in the clouds. But yeah, it's so fucking cool. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with the Runiqui by now. I'll go ahead and check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Oh, sorry, I need to zoom out. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you had your fill. Fashion, use. Nice. Look at this. Look at all these people. An unruly patron has Yamahui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I'm gonna need like 15 million XP. That's gonna take a bit of time. No! The book has expired again! They're just like me, for real. Exactly, unnamed! Unnamed! Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial that allows you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? Join me at Eorzea. Grant, I hate you. Ow! God damn it. Ah! Hi there, Fizz. Welcome to the stream. Look! America. Texas. Okay, serious question then for Alright, so, let me show you, like, the wider map. So, wider than that. This is where we are. This is the world map. We started off here in Eorzea. We did a little bit of nonsense here. So there's Lenosha, which is like, you know, in or some shit. We then jumped over. So after like going around here, getting closer to Garlean, we then jumped over to Hingashi and then dealt with a little bit of the Mongols over in Omthod. We took on like two different fronts of like Garlean oppression here in Othard, and then again here over at like Gir Albania. And then we stepped into Isambard. Then we jumped over into some place called the Sea of Stars, and the, you know, Northern Empty over here. And now we're here. This is Toral. We've got Zak in the north, and then Yoktural in the south, sorry. And then Zaktural in the north. Like, hang on a sec. Let me see if I can make this map bigger. Yung. There we go. I like how we can make this, like, so much bigger now. Right. Alright. Look at that. Where are your characters now exactly? We're over here. We're in Zaktural. I have a question. Proceeds to not have a question for me. All right. Would you consider, because of the region that we're in, because of the state that we're in, would you consider this Texas? Can't wait for us to go to Fantasy Australia in the south. Oh, we're probably going to do that at some point. The friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Unruly wildlife, not the only source of recent stress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants as a result. We got a lengthy list of folks waiting to use our reniques. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Eshneshwaji Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dustwatch dealt with the banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up easier said than done. If you find anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll set you on your way. Yes. Right then, saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Yes! No, maybe. So you think it's Nevada. The Panhandle in the west, but no. It's Texas until you find a casino. Vaguely out near the armpit of the west, but most of Texas ain't like that. Also, tummy hurt. I continue to be struck down by how Shaolin has changed. Look at this. So we got, like, cacti up the walls. I want to think this is, like, New Mexico. Oh, there it is! There it is! Oil! The ceruleum tanks over there. Over there. Over there, chat. Like, fields of ceruleum. With a few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers tunnel to Nopalinatenas. Not just for the waters in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to have nutrients. West Texas, then. Yeah, look at this place. There's bombs over there. There's, like, oil fucking things where there's something called the Wild. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but Spectacle inspiring cautionary tales of people who wandered too close. AKA not Texas. West Texas ain't Texas. They're weird. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reference to Ceruleum and its blue flames. But that is a discussion for another time. We're here. You missed the cutscene with the accents as well. You need to be here for the accents. Hopefully this is a voiced cutscene and you'll, like, you know, you'll hear it. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Roniques. Now then. This is Hang on, I'm gonna need to do a thingamadiggy. Sheshenwetsi Springs. Perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over, hoping to find their fortune. The change came to Hashiwashi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of the town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Ayate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled around Toral. I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Oh, hello. Another Aetherite to sync up to. $112 to the southeast. Okay, so it's somewhere over here then. Oh, sorry. There you are. But yeah, look at this place. Beautiful.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Go. Tunas. Harvested from the body of a Nopella tender. Its flesh is watery yet sweet. Nice. Fucking ad. Damn you, Bezos. You know, if you had Twitch Turbo, you don't have to deal with advertisement in anyone's channels. Or you could subscribe to me. Okay, I guess they're gone. Pizza. Pizza. Yes, I'm Ayate. And who might you be? He is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! Elena Erinville. Yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since last we spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Ayate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Is she like... How old are they? How old are Viera? How old do they get? What the hell? Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Elene Shepia. Or, Elene Shepia. Hang on, how do I say this?
Eleneshpia.
Eleneshpia. Eleneshpia. Elena what now? Eleneshpia. Eleneshpia. Alright. I was born Eleneshpia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera conventions so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Kahutiwa again. Were you not paying attention in Shadowbringers? The clan leader in Raktika was 300 years old. Understandable. I just wasn't too sure I knew what the age of this woman and Erinville were. She's the finest archer I know. Eleneshpia's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she's treated us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she'd hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Ayete, even among the Shatona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kakuya, but her skills at arm pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Gulul Jaja's trampling companions, after all. What? She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Torol lit a fire in her. Even after Elena Shipia was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. Must have been hard for you. Iate, please. What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fantasy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of a rite of succession. I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing! Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Woo! Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kakuya. Help! I need help! Uh-oh. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please, wait here. I might have to take a pause on the main quest line in order to get my Gunbreaker up to level, so then that way we can use the Gunbreaker for this America journey. This journey across America. No doubt, these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namakia, Wuklamot's nursemaid. Erinville, Grant. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat ear to ear. If you so much as nick her scared, you won't live to regret it. Hang on, I just need to adjust how I'm sitting. Hang on. Ooh, there we go. Oh, yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Wuklamot's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. Okay, so the nursemaid is just going off and doing her own rescue. Fine, we'll deal with these lackeys. I'm going after Namakia. This lot I leave to you. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old lady to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. Nice. Did it. Damn it all. He doesn't know when to quit. We have done a very straight and narrow sort of travel. We've not gone too far. Excuse me while I head over into the wilds. I'm doing this trying to get my level up through like just random encounters. So we're now at a cemetery. Oh, they're behind the cemetery, okay. No need to worry, she's fine. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said they stole something from you. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuklamot. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended, and Wuklamat crowned the next dawn servant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Yasolune. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy I wanted everyone to know, and everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve. And now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name, if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. We're getting that bracelet back. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Grant will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Sheshaneshway. Sheshanwetsi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Iate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Some of these names, honestly. Thank you, both of you. Yep, and we can't complete it until we're level 95, which is going to take a little bit of time at our current thingamadiggies. There we go. Yep. Oh, I probably should have had my thingamadiggy summons. Hang on a second. Oh, I'm not doing a lot of damage, am I? Nope, doesn't look it. Seems easy enough to fight, it's just, you know, it's gonna take a little bit of time. Oh, the fuck is this thing? He's almost dead, which is good. I'm probably not going to get a lot of experience for this, but it's worth the try. There we go. Woo! Town is saved. The Undertaken is... And the Undertaken is gone. His body disappeared, so I guess that gets rid of that mystery. Certain rewards are earned from fates are dramatically increased. Nice. An increase in the twist of fate. So yeah, so most likely I am going to need to do some... I'm going to need to do some dungeons and trials in order to, like, you know, increase my level. So thankfully there's a number of, like, duty roulettes that I could be doing to help increase that. And since... Oh, I didn't get up to level 93 from that. Darn. Oh boy, I'm going to need to try and earn 4 million experience. Alright, let's have a look. So, because of Dawn Trail, we can do the level 93 trial. Let's give that one a try. Let's see how quickly it lets us get into it. Yep. Cool. Got that one. I got the 1, 2, 3 combo down. I just need to remember that the first control 5s are all like shield related stuff. But yeah, so many timers I could be working on. Wait, did I remember to thingy-madiggy to the... I think I did, didn't I? Hopefully I did. Also, what is with this... Yeah, okay, cool, so I did sync up to it. items. Crystal green, honeybees, and a cactar jig. Nice. Might as well while I'm here. And then repair all that. Ah, excuse me, throat. So yeah, I broke my diet yesterday. I went for 2 hamburgers and some chicken tenders as like the lunch. I need to talk to a doctor about like my attempts of weight loss, cuz the calorie restriction did a really quick job for like the first 8 kilograms, but so far I have been idling at like 140. Oop. I've been idling at the same 141, Alrighty, guard. There we go. Is that everyone ready? Yep, looks like everyone's ready. Alright, so Ash is like, oh, I gotta be sure to floor tank. And then there's me, and then the other guy's just like, oh, I'll need to... Wilbert says hello, chat. I need to be mindful of like better ways of keeping myself alive. Because Aurora is probably the one I want to go for, but then I need to... Sounds about normal. But yeah, like, I've plateaued at 141 kilograms right now. I can't seem to get under that with my current calorie restrictions, which is a little bit annoying, because, like, you know, I'm going from, like, you know, eating... like 4,000 calories to like under 2,000 should have been like a good reduction, but after like a month of like, you know, weight loss and such, for it to now plateau for like half of September is not great. Breaking it can be hard. Yeah, like, I just want to get out of the plateau is what I want to do. Because back when I was, like, 23 years old, I was able to go from, like, 120 kilos down to 100 kilos. So, I've not been, like, in the 130, 140s normally. So to be, like, sitting there so idly is just not great for my psyche. But yeah, like, I need to talk to a doctor of, like, maybe I need to, like, actually go for, like, some sort of medication or an entirely different means of going through my thing. Alright, I need to lock in, chat. I need to remember, because I don't explicitly remember all the mechanics for this one. Alrighty, so... Oh my god, it's... Oh, I fucked up the vulnerabilities. God damn it. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, so these ones I need to... There we go. And then... Oh, fuck. Alright, I think I want to stay on... Yeah, okay, so I need to stay here. And then... Alright, I got that right. Oh my goodness. Doing my best, chat. I'm doing my darndest. There we go. Did it. Agreed on both of those. You're in the same boat. 130 is not helping with the slightest, but my habits have, from when I lost the excess, are just not working. Yeah, so... Oh yeah, I can probably go further. It's kind of funny. It's alright if there's an advertisement. Oh Jesus, oh Jesus, I am nearly dead. Alright, the good news is we've now reached our first limit break. Whee! Ow. Alright, so we just... Little bitch. Alright, here we go, jumping down. It's not helping me in the slides, but my habits from when I last lost the exit place are just not working. Yeah, it's annoying. Your body, amazingly enough, your body adapts to when you want to, like, you know, have a reduced weight and shit like that, which is really fucking annoying. all this time. And there. Ooh. Yay. Up, up, up the rise we go. Oh, we missed out. We skipped so much of this fucking walk, didn't we? Alright, is everyone good? Looks like everyone's good. So, rush in. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh. Cool, we dodged that. Yay! I leveled up from that one as well. Uppies. Greed on that one, greed on that one, and I got melee mastery as well. Being a stress or boredom eater so doesn't help me either. Oh no, absolutely. I'm the same sort of thing as well. Like, here's the thing. Losing weight in your teens is like the easiest fucking thing, because you can reinvent yourself so many fucking times. But when it comes to what's-a-mahoozy, the like trying to lose weight with a when it comes to a, you know, trying to adjust yourself where you're like 25 or in your 30s, oh, you are like, you have to deprogram yourself in order to, like, you know, make improvements and such. So if you have bad habits that have not, like, you know, been a detrimental problem, like, right at the get-go, but are, you know, a problem now, it's like, oh, you need to try and get those out of the way. yeah. Oof. So for me, like it's a mixture. I'm also like the boredom and stress kind of eater as well. But the problem is that even if I have food in the home, because that's one of the things I did as well. I went grocery shopping this week and I've picked up some like I've picked up some like, you know, ready cooked meals and some blah 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 and some other things. So like I even have like snacks in case I get like snacky on the weekend. But the problem is that I was working from home yesterday, and for whatever reason, so like I thought, hey, let's go for a meal in the morning, because normally I skip breakfast and such when I'm like working from home, except for like the iced coffee, which is not a good thing. So I tried doing a good habit, thinking I was going to be improving my thinking I was going to be improving like my habit when it came to the actual oh, nearly dead. Let me fix that. There we go. So I thought by doing a... What in the world is with the... What is with that picture, honestly? Sorry about that picture. What in... I don't know what it is about the weed there. Let's keep hamming it on this picture. But yeah, so even though like I, you know, had food in the kitchen and what have you, and I could have easily have gone for like a ready cooked meal or such, because I had like a crumb chicken, I had a ravioli, and these were ones that with like had added proteins in them as well, so it wasn't just, you know, oh, it's just really cheap with a heavy amount of salt for flavor or anything like that. But, no, instead, something about work had me instead go for, like, a big meal from Hungry Jack's because I really wanted hamburgers. So, yeah. Alright, let's do this.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
And then Y, or...
Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting peaks. Chronicles of End. Return the hunger of roiling waters! I will take the measure of your resolve.
There we go. Hopefully that worked.
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Alright. I do not know the order of operations on this one. Oh, I see. We gotta pick up the thingy-majiggies. That's it, that's it, that's it. up. Charge up. Okay, so he's currently on 3. I'm on 3.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury.
Damage dealt. Yeah, cool. So we increase the damage we deal. So that's green.
Chronicles of End, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
I thought I arms length that one in time. Here we go. How's your fiber intake? Extra fiber can curb hunger and also daily water. Okay, the daily water I've definitely been keeping to and what have you ever since because chat has gifted me like a 2.2 bottled water, which is absolutely amazing. I highly thank you for that. Oop, there we go. That's that one we want to use. Is that going to be enough damage? I don't think that's enough, but okay. Oh shit, I'm nearly dead. How the fuck? Whoa! I nearly died! I'm gonna give it to the little bird. Cool machinist stuff. Alrighty. But yeah, as I'm learning, the ADHD makes it all too easy to end up bored and falling back on food as a way to get stimulated relief. Oh my goodness. Oof. But yeah, this is why, like, after all the nonsense that I've gone through with my weight and such like that, I get paid on Tuesday, which is a good thing, but I need to talk to a doctor about my weight loss, because as much as I would love to be under, like, 120 kilos in December, that's not likely to happen in the time that I have left. So, to put into context, I'm going to the United States in December, really close to Christmas, and I'm going to be there from Christmas, and I'm going to be there for New Year's, and I think the last time my family saw me, like, you know, the international family, what have you, I was like 130 or 100. Actually, you know what? Because I'm such a stickler for my, like, you know, following my weight and such like that, I could probably tell you on my thingy-majiggy. So yeah, if I do a year-by-year thing, and I go back to... Yeah, so October last year was when they last saw me. I was on average, I was like 130 kilos. So if I go for... Because I was there at around about my birthday, so I was like 132, 131 kilograms then. It's halfway through September right now. I'm currently at 143 kilograms. the hamburgers I ate yesterday definitely played a part into upping my weight from 141 to 143 right now. So no doubt that number is going to go down the next day, so long as I don't, like, I think I need to stop treating my Saturday as the, oh, that's my cheat day, because it's clearly not my cheat day. Saturday is clearly not the day that I'm feeling like, you know, that my body is taking as the cheat day. It's clearly making Friday my cheat day, which is really annoying. So yeah, so, where's my brain at? So yeah, so when it gets to Tuesday, I will get paid, I'll get quite a bit of money, and I'll need to use that in order to, I'll use that to get a doctor's appointment, so then that way, because either they're gonna send me to a dietitian, because I have, like, you know, a month of information of, like, hey, I'm able to sustain myself on, you know, makas, rice, and the Muscle Chef ready-cook meals. So the Muscle Chefs are like these, it costs like almost like $14 a box, but quite frankly, that is so much cheaper than the $60 of, like, you know, DoorDash that I order. If you're wondering why I spend so much on on DoorDash and all of those meal deliveries, do remember that I'm currently 140 kilograms. It is not a mystery why I spend so much on food. Any hoosies. So yeah, so talk to a doctor and figure out if it's, you know, either I need to go for an entirely different diet plan to help, like, feel more, to, like, you know, feel more full or something like that, or if they're just gonna be like, hey, you're doing relatively okay, you need to get a physiotherapist for, like, you know, exercises for your weight loss and such, because you're not doing enough by just, you know, being alive and doing the mental nonsense for work and going to and from via the train. You're gonna need to add something else there. Or they're just gonna give me a pill or an injection and be like, this is gonna suppress your hunger and potentially increase your insulin levels, so then that way you process whatever foods in your bloodstream faster. Alrighty. So, leveling requires a healer, trials is a tank. Alright, so main scenario and leveling I can't do, but front lines is, believe it or not, front lines is like one of the third highest ways of, like, you know, getting XP via the roulette. It does, like, an overall boost. It's pretty good. So, hang on a second. I'm just gonna get some water. Oh my god, my my PvP thing is, like, ruined! Alright, PvP profile. Job, here we go. Combo, gnashing, double down, continuation, draw, function thingy-madiggies, relentless rush. I'm gonna put that on my R, because that's a limit, like, thing. Burst strike, I'm gonna make it... Oh, that doesn't... So I can't pick those up. Alright, yep, can't pick those. Thermal trigger, I can't pick those. Aurora, I can't grab. No. Oh, I can grab this. Thank you. Purify, grab you. Guard, grab you. Recuperate, grab you. Sprint, grab you. Uh-oh. Fuck! I am not prepared. Shit. Also, I need to shrink this map, because it doesn't need to be this big. There we go. Ooh, alright. Kill, good strat, blood for the blood god. As you can see on this whiteboard, we approach and then kill them. Alright, and then... Okay, so blue is actual, like, paladin nonsense. I can barely process where everyone is. Where the fuck is everyone? Also, which one's my dash? Do I not have a dash? To all enemies. Nope. Nope. I have no clue what I'm doing. Go. Alright, hang on, let me get my PvP profile back out. Mission Blade, double down, Rough Ride. Yep, okay, so that's my E. Alright, so continuation is my E thing. Alrighty. Warrior is... Hey, nice. I got an I think that's an assist. Dragoon. There we go. Nice. Alright, is there... Oh, warrior, hello. Nice. Barely following what I'm doing, I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, so it looks like we need to draw back because we're going too far. So... Profile. Oh yeah, I should probably put the PvP profile here. And then the mount guide here, so then that way they don't... Alright, cool. Looks like there's some red mounts up there. Junction, depending on your current draw, blasting. Oh, shit. And dead. First time I'm dead. I am barely understanding what's going on. Anyway, hi there, Big DJ. I am doing a PvP just so then that way I have a ding dong. And then we're gonna go with a random mount. Go. Reaper. Aim for the Reaper. Oh, oh, Dancer. on me. Unable to use guard. Ah, okay. I do not know if that was a good limit break. Go. That's and that's ours. Okay. Yep. We gotta head north now. So, damn it, got killed. Alright, waiting 5 seconds. Alright, we're not in the lead. We're coming second right now. Alrighty. Where's the trouble? Trouble is... So yeah, we need to get rid of that. Come on. That needs to be ours again. Oh, you motherfucker. Alright, someone else has got it. Cool. Very good. Ignore the flames, we need to worry about the maelstroms next. The rest of the team is being left. And of course I have to be on the shit. Damn it. Couldn't solo a warrior. The minute I went on that warrior, they all bounced on me. Damn. I have no clue what I'm doing in these PvPs. I understand that if I'm gonna do these PvPs more often, I probably need to learn. Which is the unfortunate bit. And it looks like... Okay, we might be able to get a win if we can stop... Because it looks like the Immortal Flame is able to do a blocker on the Maelstrom, so we need to get... There we go. There we are. So that's one. Astrologian. See you. I do not know if I got that or not. I have no clue if I'm responsible for any of these. Wait, I got Battle High. What's Battle High? Damage dealt and potency of increase. Nice. Cool. Alright, well the good news is that the Maelstroms laid on their coattails, so the team that I'm on should be good. Woo! We win! 20 assists, 3 deaths. Hey, 2 kills! I got 2 kills! That's a first. Nice. Man, so close to leveling up that time. Alright, one more. One more in the duty roulette, and we should be good. Hey, we can go for a leveling one this time. Leveling is usually a good one to go for. Excuse me. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna head over here. And then I'm gonna set this as the home point. And then I'm gonna use this to travel over to the Maelstrom place. Because I'm gonna use some of my seals in order to, give myself some room. Oh, hey, there's way more people here. Ah, god damn it, I just got here. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh my god, I'm back here! I'm back on the mountain! I'm back on the fucking mountain again! Ah. Well, the good news is I know how these mechanics work this time around. Some of them. And it looks like I'm dealing with Reaper, Dancer, so those are all melee based. Nice. Went on this mountain, did a PvP thing, leveling. Oh yay, they allow for tanks. Went back to the mountain. Excellent. There we go. Yeah. Maybe one of the things I need to do is, like, on the stream is figure out how to do it. go. There we go. Well, I'm glad that they at least put me in like one of the higher level dungeons for my leveling instead of one of the lower level dungeons. Understand how this thing works, so... So good. Still alive, which is what we want. Nice. Aiming, casting. Do the 1, 2, 3 combo to get the brutal shell. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon. I'ma need it. And how dare you take my shirt, though? I needed that. Ah, no! Ah. Damn it. Yeah. Up we go. I'm always gonna for the big uppies. I'm going to go we. It's funny. I like it. I thought it was the other one, but okay. Alright, so that's the order of operation they want to do. I know how to do this. They just changed the order on me, which is what confused me. Oh, that's just an extra notification. Yeah! Level 95! Okay, now I can go through the MSQ as the Gunbreaker. And it should be a pretty decent progression at that point. I can barely see my health. This is a problem. What the? Oh, shit! Sorry. try and get at least one of these guys. Let's get one of these guys. Go. Good on time. Did we miss it? Oh, we missed a coffer. Missed a chest. Hey! Got a gunbreaker. Alright, let's see if we can equip that one once we've got a pass on that one.
Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of it. Return the hunger roars! Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting peaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Alright, how many did he get? He got 1.
Your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
My goodness, this guy had a lot of strength. Cerveza Cristal! Ding. I'm gonna give it to our samurai. Instead, Zormor Twin Fangs. I am gonna greed on that one, though. Woo! And I got 2 commendations for that. Nice. Ah, stretching! Alright. I need... Let's have a look. Venture tokens. We can... Oh, so I can go for, like, the max, but we won't. We'll just go for a nice additional 100. That should be a nice amount. Got all kinds of Void Drake stuff. We got lavender seeds. What's the seed that I need in order to do the, Glamour Dispellers? I need a few of those. Glamour prisms. Always worth holding on to. Another 50 of those. Sanctions, the guarding. We've got all these. Always, controls, the etiquette. I'm doing alright with the aetherite stuff. Herbal is with I don't know. So I got 9 in my saddlebag. Squadron, enlistment, recruitment. Alright. Alright, so this is the best gear I can have. Alright. Alrighty, so Viper, we're gonna get rid of those. Machinist, we're gonna get rid of that. Poncho of casting, we're gonna get rid of you. So we got the chapels, we got the fending, we got the boots. Hey! We've got everything but, like, the head portions of that fending gear. We got the necklace, nice. So far, so good. Slaying. Healing. So yeah, because I reckon this stuff looks cool. I want to keep it. Get rid of the level 191 fending gear at this point. That looks kind of cool. If I had a higher level weapon currently, rather than just the blue stuff that I have, then I could glamour this onto something. It's kind of cool. But unfortunately, I don't. Boots. The Imperial, Magitech, the aiming, the striking, casting, heirlooms. Alright. Alright, clear that out. So I could do the high-level dungeon at another time. But I want to do the high-level dungeon as a paladin, because I got, like, duty roulette stuff I need to do in order to get... Because there is an achievement that I want to get done, which requires me doing it with the paladin, I believe it is. Hang on, let me find it. It's gonna take a minute. Here it is. 200 high-level duties as a paladin. So I've got the bear. If I do it as a paladin, I get the war lion. I then need to try again with the Dark Knight at one point in order to get the Panther Bell. I don't think there's one for the Gunbreaker, weirdly enough. Obtain Blue Unchained and Mask Conquador to get the Morble. But yeah, from the looks of it, there isn't one for the Gunbreaker as, like, just the high-level duties. So I do need to have, like, a little investigation as to, like, what counts as a high-level duty, and seeing whether or not I can do it unsynced. But yeah. Aw, thank you for the head pats, Dragon Delta. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I just got done with leveling up the things that I wanted, which means that we can now head back to... We can now head back to the Texan West. Nice. We can now hand in that quest as a Gunbreaker now. Hi there, Solo. Yeehaw! We're getting the blue oil today. Let's see how that goes. Welcome, welcome, Solo. Are you currently up to date with the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial that lets you go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? like unnames just sitting in here. Wait, but yeah. Erenville told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namaka. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet means everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Ooh, we can get a hot chocolate, some banana blend, a shortcake, or some fruit and aioli jelly. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for those bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuk-Lamat, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namaka would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I may have saved the star on one... I may have saved the star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see... Well, of late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tona Tanyawi to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried veins there. Oh my goodness, there's oil barons here. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits. Not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dust Watch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Right then, let's be off. Yay! Alrighty. Is any of my moderators in the chat? Can we please give a shout out to Solo Plays the Games, please? Solo is a dog titty boy. Is that it? So Unname's a ying titty boy. You're a dog titty boy, right? Thank you, Jason. I greatly appreciate it.
Bork.
Bork. How have you been going with the Arkham Knight series? Or the Arkham series, sorry, not the Arkham Knight series. The Arkham Knight is where you're at currently. Hello! Thank you for the peck dance, Sir Dragon. Dun, dun, dun.
Hello!
Hello. Ring of Fire. Did I set, like, a particular No, I didn't. Cool. Awesome. Alright, let me... Sippy time.
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
Oh my god, we gotta be stealthy next, don't we? We gotta be stealthy next. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempts to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're not in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look around, I'll keep watch for trouble. Yeah. 95 to the west. Okay, cool. So there is... You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna fight these guys. Fuck you, Daybreakers! Yay, Bosom Buzzities is almost finished once again. Alrighty, Aether Current, you are mine. Give me your Aether. I don't know why that... I don't know what possessed me to make that noise. I am so sorry, chat. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on the inside. Cool. Thank you. As you lean in to listen, a familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastards! Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture, most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Alright, we gotta enter... There's gotta be a chance for us to intervene. Nope. Okay, never mind. Also, what's stopping, like... I love how it's just like, please don't kill him, and it's just like, me easily getting into a fight just to prove myself. Try. Aaronville must be... The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop from the... on the inside. As you lean in to listen, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. I've brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please! I'm sorry! Reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. Don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. There we go. Easy. Be sure not to kill anyone. Absolutely. And then next thing you know, we're just, you know, doing all kinds of fights. Also, hi there. Welcome back, YY. Oh, he is a dash blonde. I'm gonna color his hair in that color. Who's a dash blonde? I don't know who you're talking about. Excuse me. Excuse me. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know what we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. Not when we've got a boss who can keep the dust watch off our backs. Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew? That drunk who brought your story about the gold-shitting alpaca, am I right? Ah! Let me just... You know what? Fuck it. Let's fight you again. It'll be funny if we do that. So, interject doesn't do shit. It's the name of that... Oh, so Dash of Blonde is like the gray... So you're talking about this stuff here? Is that what you're talking about? Like, this extra nonsense here? Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. Yes, because Lord knows I am going to start being very violent here. So, were you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dust Watch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please, and you say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Zakowa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture, their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Husasatwai, but we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though. If he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. I'll storm their hideout. I can take him. The direct approach may have served you well in the past, but it won't suffice here. Wehutwe is the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. He could claim we're the criminals in all this, and no few people would believe him. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luwataneyawasgwa. How the fuck am I supposed to...
What if we held hands as a treat?
Blue, try and read this word. Look at this word here. You try and read it. Luwataneyawasa.
Luwatan in your Orza.
Luwatan in your Walza. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. How's it going, Blue? You doing alright? You having a good time?
Luwatren in your Orza.
Thank you. I just woke up. Ah, okay, noted. Why are you waking up so late? It's almost the afternoon. Well, it is the afternoon for me. It must be the afternoon for you. Just call him Luwa. Luwa. Also, welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, where we are currently in a place that looks distinctly like Texas. Yeah. How's the Lupon stuff going, by the by? You work afternoons, so your sleep schedule is stuffed. Ah, okay. Noted. Hey, on the last Saturday of this month, I'm going to be doing another community stream, and I normally go for the morning, so... Like, depending, like... Hopefully it's not, like, you know... too bad of a timing, because I've been going off at like 9. I'm thinking of like, you know, doing my morning streams at 9 a.m. I feel like that's a good time to do them. $359 to the west. Radio, so nowhere near where we are right now. Location discovered. Awesome. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yahi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll avail ourselves of Yesa, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles this scent when burned. We can lure the Yehenya into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they are content with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches. See them filled, and I will handle the rest. Fuck's sake. Oh, they're Triceratopses. That's what they are. Okay. Or are they talking about... William Foxwolf, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Oh, nope, I wasn't meant to press that. Jumpies, jumpies. Fuck it, we're getting on the motorcycle. Don't mind me while I'm checking your nest for feces. Ridic. Oh, hey, there's a lookout down there. Cool. And it's no doubt going to be at this one here. The Peyahepia. Named in the Shatona language, the Hill of Many Wings has been the nesting grounds of the Yahikia since time immemorial. The many fossils discovered in the region are evidence of their ancient existence, while the shrill cries of their newly hatched offsprings herald their ongoing presence. Crazy. Let's see what it's like fighting them. Button mashing time, exactly. That's a cool button mashing. I do like it. So yeah, so how has the Professor Layton stuff gone for you? It's gone good. It's gone fun. You feeling smarter going through these puzzles? But yeah, listen to this music. Isn't it fucking amazing? You don't get why this Professor Layton game has so many math puzzles? Because, unfortunately, that's how you are able to come up with, like, a lot of different, puzzles. Rather than making it pattern recognition, you make it mathematical, so then that way it engages a different part of the brain, and is actually seen as different, despite the fact that you only need to change, like, some of the numbers. Finished already, are we? It literally gave me a math exam question as a puzzle. That would do it to you. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with thumbleclaw fibers, dried nopalatia root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonetanyawi. Why did we have to go so far for... Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do, like, a little check for, I forgot to do a check of Aether Current in that area. Alright, so... Oh, I think I know where I need to go. So it looks like there's a little lip there for me to get into the canyon. Yep, it wants me to go into the canyon. Got paid yesterday, I'm already running low because I had to pay off so much. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, at least you get paid on a Friday. That's gotta be something interesting. So my bank has us paid on the... So HR normally does like the payment thingamadiggy like Monday evening. So depending on the bank you're with, you're either gonna get it Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm with one of the major banks, so I get it on the So I get it on the Tuesday. That's when I get my pay and what have you. So Friday is a good day to get paid. It is. It honestly is. I do hope that I have made the cutoff for this month's Twitch payment, though, personally speaking. Because, alright, actually, Blue, you wanna see something really amazing that I got for Scribbly Noodle and Kusaki? You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna show it to you anyway. Give me a second, So, I don't know what prompted me to get this. This was like, I think a couple of weeks ago, I was in Scribbly Noodle's stream, and they were talking about, like, the collab between him and Kusaki. Oh! Some people think that they're actually in a relationship or something or rather like that because they just hang and they got just such a vibe and such. So I went and got them this. Oh, it is way too big. Hang on a second. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. Oop. There, actually, hang on a second. Control E. Top. 0. Scale to inner bounds. No bounds. There we go. And then, ting. Wonk. There we go. Look at that! So I got this for Scribbly and Kusaki because I just had this bit. I don't know. It was on the whim of a bit. I don't know what prompted me to get this for them because of something that was said on stream. I don't remember what was said on stream either. I should have clipped it or something like that. But I went to Izzy the Fat Cat and I got them this piece. I got them the so if you want to, I can tell Izzy drew that. Yeah. So this is one of Izzy the Fat Cat's work where if you don't understand the reference, it's from that scene where Ryu and Cyclops from Capcom versus Marvel Fighters. So it's from like that scene, and for whatever reason, like Cyclops dabs up. So so this is from that scene where Cyclops is like got his hand and like Z, and Kusaki is like Ryu, and he's ready to just be like absolutely. And so yeah, I got that for them, and it looks really fucking cool. So yeah, so fucking cool. But yeah, I do not know how it came about. I don't know why. It was just something was said on stream that was just like, I got an idea, and this will be so funny later on. And now at the end of this, it's just like, yeah, it's a cool piece of art. It's amazing. No one knows your Chanoic collab partner. Even I don't know. Your collab partner... I'm gonna be real. Your collab partner has not... Like, in my brain, in my mind, I don't think you have one currently, is the problem. It's been a while since you have had, like, a regular who is not just in your streams, like, you know, not... So, for example, me and Jack, when we're sitting in your VCs, I don't think we'd be collab partners. I don't think that would... I don't think that does it. I think maybe Dest... But even then, that's, like, not a guarantee. Like, that's the thing. It's, like, it's not like, you know, Scribbly and Kusaki, where they've played games together and they've regularly chatted at it and such and had that mix, and it just keeps on going strong. The equivalency that I would have to Scribbly and Kusaki would be me and Code the Yoshi, because I've played games with Code the Yoshi, and it's not been like a, oh, here's a quick funny one, like, haha, we're playing Phasmophobia. Oh no, like, we have gone through, like, Titan Quest together, we've gone through, Baldur's Gate 3, we have put in, like, the hard yards into, you know, collabing games together, because we normally go into the RPG kind of elements where they take a bit of time to go through. And at some point, we probably need a collab again at some point. So, because right now he's going through Final Fantasy XIV again. He was gifted a sub, which was great. But, we need to do something, like, short, like, It Takes Two. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Give me the silver pieces, please. Erenville's gaze is fixed on the bandits' hideout. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yahayika will come soon after. Alright, cool. So I'm going to a bonfire, and I'm going to be throwing poo bags in there. Can't do collabs properly with a laptop? That is... okay. That is partially true, I would say. I think the qualities of a collab is one where the ease of the two of you playing a game together is like high, is the thought. So I have like, and to be real, like, because you have the Discord channel, like, for when you're, you know, in the, in a video game and you want to have people talk to you and such, that does make it easy for people to, like, approach you and what have you. There is a limit to the games that people can play with you, however, because your brand as Blue Foxy and ICIC is the fact that you normally play a lot of vintage nostalgia games, and so a lot of the games you play are on, you know, consoles, but they're not, you know, the modern consoles and what have you. So the collab games that you are limited to would need to be low, sort of, not low quality, but low strain. So like not high. So you have to avoid the high intensity games. I'm gonna be real with you though, Blue. I reckon with your laptop, you could probably play a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV. It wouldn't be the highest quality. I'm not gonna gaslight you on that one. But I reckon you could, like, play a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV on your laptop. We're just waiting by the bonfire? Nope, we're gonna run away. That's the smart move. What's that smell? Ugh, that reeks! What did you put in the fire? Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of the fire? Wasn't me, I swear! Ugh, did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? Oh, he's got the bracelet. Ah, he puts it on his persons. God damn it. Boss! Over there! Huh? What in the world? Run for your lives! Crazy. So the smoke's what drew them here. I swear, when I find out who did this... I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Oh, I don't know what happened. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here, in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be right back. What? You're gonna get me out of here now! They're gonna kill me! I'm begging you, please! Ugh. Shh, they'll hear you. What is that emote? Oh, it's supposed to be like Gatorade. It's a gator drinking raid. Shit. Who was that? Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have had the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize. We were planning to save you, eventually. Really? I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? No. I'm just having fun with you. But I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Hi there, Happy Lizard. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as a deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. Don't be bapping me with your beans, unnamed. You're trying to get back at something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him. Hope you're doing well and the game has been fun. The game has been fairly fun. It has been keeping my attention, which is really great. I broke my diet yesterday, unfortunately. I ate a lot of hamburgers. And so, once again, the weight is like, you know, I was able to lose 8 kilos last month, but this month, I have not been able to lose any weight. It's plateaued right now, which is not great. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so, these bandits at Tonetinyawi, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to help even the odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Can always share the ton of burgers with me. I don't mind having my muscle gut grow some more. No, but I like burgers. That's the thing. I like hamburgers, and I do like a massive calorie deficit for like most of the week and such, and then like I accidentally break it like on a Friday or a Tuesday when I'm working from home, which isn't great. Hence why there's the little thingamajig. One of the featured throne items. Is it there? No, it's not there anymore. One of the featured throne items I've put on my wish list is contributions towards an under-desk treadmill. Most treadmills aren't able to hold over 120 kilograms, but this one can hold up to 145 kilograms, which is enough to carry me. So, and I love, like, staying home so much. I'm not a huge fan of going out and everything like that. Plus, like, most of the shirts that aren't work shirts don't fit me anymore because of this gut. So, if I'm able to, like, do at-home exercises or cardios, then I'd really appreciate that. Hamburgers are also my old-time favorite food. Understandable. They're just so good. Especially when you go for, like, you know, a nice mixed gourmet one. Nearly all of my shirts are from Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a fucking, like, that, it is unfair, okay? Uniqlo and Connor do not support fat people. They, like, I don't know, like, I understand it's Australia. Like, you've got, like, a whole, like, mixed bag of, like, body type and ethnicities and what have you, and it's predominantly, like, you know, you go for the skinnier ones. But Australia, per capita, has way more obese people than the United States has. And, like, I've gone to, like, Uniqlo, Connor, they don't fit me. I, like, go to their largest sizes, and it's like, oh, it doesn't fit me on my middle, and it doesn't go, like, low, like, it doesn't go down enough, so then that way, if I tuck my shirt in, or like, you know, or that kind of nonsense, then it doesn't, like, pop back out, like, the minute I sit up or stand up or anything like that. It's absolutely terrible. It's so annoying trying to get shirts in Australia that aren't just, you know, like, they don't go for taller, is the thing, like they... And we made sure they did. Every time before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, and so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them all how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. Imagine if you went shopping in Japan. Oh, I understand that. Here's the thing. Japan is filled with tiny people. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Quicana and Iwini, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel, and he accepted. I still remember how he goaded that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. And if that wasn't enough, he set the bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dust Watch. But yeah, shopping for clothes for me is a depressing thing. I can't trust online sellers for clothing that can fit me. It is a gamble going for clothes that will fit me via online stores. I have to go in store and trial one of the shirts and such like that, and depending on whether it, like, you know, fits me or not, like, you know, not only, like, being able to hold my middle, but having enough length so that, because here's I don't know how often you see this, but do you ever see those peeps where it's like, oh, they've got the shirt that is able to fit their middle, but because it's had to, like, you know, go outwards to accommodate for their larger middle, like, the shirt rides up a little bit, and so because of that, like, you can just see, like, their gut under their shirt or something like that. So it's like you can see underneath. I don't want that with my attire. Like, this appearance here, like this, like, V thingamadiggy, I actually am not a huge fan of it. At some point, I am going to need to, like, when I go to Wolk and such, of like, hey, I would like an update to, like, my body type and what have you. I don't want a midriff. I don't like it. I don't think it's suitable. Like, unless it's like a proper croc top, if I want to have something that's like covering the middle, it's like I want it covering the middle, and I want to guarantee that it's not going to, like, you know, if I raise my arms up, it's going to reveal my stomach. So yeah. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until that guy with the spears stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner and then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dustwatch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kamaka, he's as honest as they come, a staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this Vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namaka's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at the Shishenyewizi Springs. My god, these names. Why? Why, Yoshi P, did you decide on such crazy fucking names in the American continent? I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us this pitch. Oh, almost lost my hair. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hey! The last season of the Grand Tour is now available. Well, I know what I'm gonna watch this afternoon. I kinda also want to go to the bathroom. Actually, you know what? That is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I really need to go. So sorry. This is the most himbo you're going to find.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry. I just wanted to Google separated.
Google before the zebra titties. Meow. Meow. Hang on a second.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
So I can drag him across the desk to watch this nonsense. Meow. Spinning. Saving $200 a month in my normal thingamadiggy, so $625. So $625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper.
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. Do I have it as a command? Hold on. I should really invest in a mic arm? It's pretty good. Like, if you don't want, like, stuff on your desk, like getting anything that... Oh. Am I in a fight right now? Hang on a sec. Am I in a fight? There is no one. Oh, I'm in a fight. Hang on a second. I need to fix that. There we go. You have too much stuff on your desk, and you have 2 desks. Yeah, you've showed me. You've got like this like L-shaped thing. You know what I think you need as like a storage solution, actually, Blue? Because I think what you need is you need like a you know those TV cabinets that you would get for, you know, underneath your television? So you would hold like the consoles and the games and what have you? I think what you need is something like that to have either on the side or above your desk. So then that way, like, because here's the thing is like, there's so many desks that you can get that are like rather like deep, like length, like, you know, reaching from like the front of the desk to the back of the desk. There's a lot of desks that are like, I have no room for that due to the room size. No. So what I mean is that, actually, I'll need to look through our DMs again, because I swear you've shown me what your desk currently looks like. And so there is, like, a question of, like, I think there is a solution. Like, I think there is a storage thingy-majiggy that I think would work great for you. And it does, because, like, a mic arm is a nice additional thing. But I feel like if you are running out of space on your desk, and it's like and you're, like, across 2 desks at this point, and it's like, oh, maybe a mic arm will do it. It's like, no. There needs to be something else. I feel like there isn't a lot of vertical. There needs to be something vertical with your desk to help it. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Alrighty then. Law of the land, and we get ourselves a wild banana blend. You have a peg wall that's attached to your desktop because it's a sit stand with shelves. Doesn't keep everything, but lets you hang the headsets, etc. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Like, I'll need to go through the DMs, but I feel like Blue's issue, because he's working off a laptop right now. He's working off of a monitor. He's working off of like a CRTV and multiple consoles. I think that's what he's currently working with right now. So the solution has to be that he needs like the verticality. I don't know if peg wall would help. I do think he needs like shelves or drawers. But it can't be like shelves and drawers to like get rid of shit. It has to be shelves and drawers that are like, oh, here is something that you can easily reach and either, like, switch on or have on display. Well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with this authority. Verticality for the consoles. Let me find my DMs with Blue, and then I'll double check with him about, you know, consulting you, Sasheri, because you have a pretty good eye for decoration and, like, you know, setup and such. I am not so great. I have this, like, 3x3 meter room right now as my office. There is nothing behind me. Like, legitimately, there is nothing behind me except a yoga mat, and then up on the ceiling are, like, one VR housing thing, and then over on the opposite corner is another, like, VR lighthouse thingy-majiggy. I have this massive desk here, and then beside the desk, which is holding my PC and the PlayStation console, is this closet that's had, like, the hanger portion of the closet cut off, so it only has, like, the 2 bottom drawers. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Leroy, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I'd wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got a coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Hushisatwai, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Ah, well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here, over to Suat. Can I have someone in the chat who's like fluent at these weird at these words and what have you, so they can say them to me?
Husatawi.
Husatawi. First, we need to lure him away from here, over to Husatawi. To Husatawi. Over to Husatawi. Over to
Husatawi.
Husatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the others to search the barrels for any stolen goods, and using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Wheels. There's no way to tell if Wheels is carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there will be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. Huh? Weren't you about to get your ass kicked? A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wiggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels and the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? We can trust in the old laws. Not even he can ignore our traditions. Once he loses, I'll have him confess to his crimes. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I can count on you! I was seen in Tonatinyawi, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy your friends as much time as possible and make your way to Putswasi. Once you get the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. We're likely that's what Tona's doing. What's his angle? And then there's the brat. It's past time I dealt with him. Alright. Poke. Huh? What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the Dust Watch, sir? What? Zakowa tried to rob you? But you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, sir. Might I trouble you to take me to him? He is now accompanying me. Not that it's an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist, the Sheshanoezi Springs is home to a thriving ceruleum mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Noted. You ungrateful ass. Gonna have you, like, run through the fucking bush. Anywhere else for me to go? No, there wasn't. Okay, cool. The Maw of Sanshaya. Sanshaya. Maw. Ma 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 ma. Surveying the location. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Well, very well. Lead on. Also, is that fucker barefoot? No, he's got boots on. Okay. I don't know why. The soles of his feet, the soles of his boots look like the color of, like, skin. So I thought they were, like, his feet. Let's see. Is he gonna help us with this? No, he isn't. The bastard. I love how we can ask him questions. There's gold in these fields. Blue gold. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on ceruleum, but for you, I reckon they'd make an exception. Wow. Telling me a rabbit to be mindful of the wilds. Oh! Blue! 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 Blue. 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 Also says Shara, but also blue. Are you excited for Monster Hunter Wilds? Have you been going through anything with Monster Hunter World? I've been doing a little bit off stream, personally. I still love my hammer class. Oop. God damn it. There we go. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. Is some sort of joke? Of all the... Let's keep moving. He ain't too pleased. Northeast. Ah, okay. Well, we're not gonna get to that. Oh. Let's get rid of this fuzzy little creature. There we go. Alright, is this the place now? This better be the place. I had him tied up to a big rock. Must have been a different rock. My patience is wearing awfully thin, sir. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. Ooh. hey, it's the Pelu Pelu. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit-chat. Clearly, I'm not going to be able to distract him any further. Shame. Would have been funny if I could keep on doing that. Alright. Where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is Zakoa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Goodness me, where could he have gone? Ugh. That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey, Wihuwati, you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. Yeah, their boots make it look like as if they're barefoot when they run. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you. Hopefully we get like an actual voiced cutscene, because that would be great.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Yay, it's a voiced cutscene. Let's go.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of stuff.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shishenawetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wahoote?
Wahoote? What's the meaning of it? Unnamed, are you here?
Sir, I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
Unlikely story. Listen to these accents.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Pistols at dawn.
Wahute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
Yes.
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zekawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
The old man.
Quiet. Just watch.
The old man's like, I haven't seen a good shooting in a while. I want to watch. Alright, chat. I'm ready. Crab? Huh? I was fastest.
Oh, you little shit!
Did it.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wahute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go.
What?
As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wahute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
You're just old man.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Tonatenui?
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zekawa? What do you intend to do now?
Hookers.
Why? What I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Nice.
here. This was Vawuk Lamot's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I appreciate what
Yes.
you've done.
A person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Alrighty. Ding. That ended up being rather more complicated than expected. But all's well that ends well. Phew! Finally, it's over! I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Alright, what level do I have to be for the next one? I still only need to be level 95, which is great. Alrighty then. I am actually gonna call the stream here. Because I have been, excuse me. Throat. So yeah, I am gonna call the stream here. We've gone on for a little bit longer than normal. We went on for like a good 5 hours, which I think is pretty impressive if I say so myself. But don't you worry, we're gonna go and we're gonna go and raid into someone, alright? We're gonna go find someone to raid. Ding dong. Let's see. Who is online and who are we allowed to raid? Let's see. We got a few people playing Final Fantasy 14. We have a lot of people playing Final Fantasy 14. Let's go for my follow list. Oh, Fabupona is playing a little bit of Astrobot. Okay, I'm a little curious how that's going for them. How's she doing? She doing good? Alrighty, looks like it's going fairly well. So yeah, let's get a raid. Let's get a raid going into Fabupona. Ona, she looks like she's having a lovely time playing the Astrobot game. I would love to play it at one point, but it's probably not going to happen because it's a fairly expensive game for me in Oz, because it's a PlayStation 5 exclusive. But otherwise, yeah, that's going to be it for this week. I will need to come up with a schedule for next week, because we've got done with Space Marine 2, so we'll need to like find something else to play on our Monday and Wednesdays. Or, to be fair, like, we've got Black Myth Wukong, but I don't know if that's a good idea to play, like, several days in a row, but we'll see how that is. But yeah, that will be it. If you want to know what our raid message is, I'm very tempted to just hit them with the "Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV copy pasta?" which I think would be pretty funny if you joined in with me. But yeah, otherwise, I just want to say a real quick thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Unnamed, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. That really got me out of like my weird mind space at the start when there was like no one other than Ginger Fox there. I greatly appreciate you coming along. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.